First transit. Yo, good morning. Love the work. Thank you, man. I might have to take off the sweater. It was a little bit chilly. I was finally like the temperatures dropped to where it was like a little chilly. I was like I had to put it on, but I might have to take it off here. Yeah. It's gonna start warming up fast. Alright. Little fishies. Little fishies. But yeah, this was just I kind of more or less randomly slapped things together to kind of create a unique creature. I wasn't gonna go with the Aqua thing, but it kind of ended up being that way. Once we added the fishies following it, it kind of really felt Aqua-ish. So it's, you can imagine it's, if you prefer, you can imagine that it's a space creature. So I wouldn't blame you. I'm much more passionate about space. We're getting down to the bottom of this pencil here. I think I'm gonna throw it away. I'm gonna grab a new one. I think I've had everything. I got everything out of that pencil that I could. Gonna do a little sharpen here. I started watching Aliens 2 last night, and I ended up kind of tapping out. I had some work to do after the stream, so I was just hanging on by a thread, and I I didn't have the internal energy to commit to actually paying attention to the movie. I'll watch it tonight most likely if I don't have work to do after this. But yeah, Aqua Bob is our friend, and he's here to help us. Here we go. Sharpen, 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 sharpen. How's everyone doing out there? I am in fact having a great morning. I ate, I fed the dog, that's about it. Watched some YouTube videos. I woke up drawing, cooking something. Wait, I woke up drawing, cooking something, and watching cinematics of The Last of Us while watching you as well. Nice. Thank you for watching me. I appreciate it. Look at how long my pencil is now. Very impressive, I know. Flower Boy, your work is incredible. Oh my god, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna start not erasing like the lines around the picture. I kind of like the look of like having a little bit of like something left over from the sketching phase. You know, I think it looks kind of neat. Comrade Soul, welcome. How's your morning going? I think I'm definitely gonna finish this before the end of the stream. So I'm gonna just sketch new concepts and maybe get into a new pick before the end of the stream. But this one like went incredibly fast. I think I'm getting like faster at drawing overall. Slipknot fan, welcome, man. This morning is already off to a strong start. I can feel it. It looks like it could impress itself into the top and bottom halves, compress itself. You know, I was thinking the other day, the way it looks to me is like this bottom thing. I almost wish like I could save this and then flip it and do like a stingray kind of creature. Because it looks like a stingray upside down like a little bit. It's got those vibes. But I agree, it could maybe like compress itself or something. It just goes into a defensive mode and just kind of hangs out. Lets the little swarm fishies attack. You know how it goes with these weird sea creatures. I really like your stingray idea. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It is a genius idea. I just see a stingray and then maybe like add some like little legs at the bottom for traversing the bottom of the sea or something. You know? I think I could have finished this last night. If I pushed it to 12 hours, I could have finished it, but I didn't feel like, you know, sometimes when your brain is fried, you don't really want to keep going because you can like start getting lazy and just kind of start slopping it up to like get it finished. And I wanted to like start over with a fresh brain. Did you start this yesterday? Sorry, I'm new to this piece. Yeah, we started this piece, yeah, just yesterday, and I didn't have any plans. I just was thinking more cosmic horror, and then it's like we went with a little cleaning fishies on the bottom and top, and I'm like, yeah, it seems more aquatic now, so I added more aqua elements. So this is kind of where we're at. Sorry, I gotta get comfy here. A stingray unveiled, Steve Irwin. Oh, unalived. Sorry, unalived. Yeah, yeah. Dude, that's why I don't go in the water. Period. That's my basic rule in life. I'm not a strong swimmer. I don't like being wet, in particular. So yeah, I'm just not a seafaring type of person. My ancestors made it out of that place for good reason. Look at me now. You know, look at me now. just not being all wet in water and having some sort of a flipper to move around. In fact, I've conquered, my people have conquered so much that now we have water in like little bottles for convenience. That's how awesome that's how awesome people are. Shame he did apologize for scaring it too. Yeah, you couldn't pay me to hang out with the stingray. I'll be honest, you couldn't. There's not enough money to get me to touch one of those things. Darkrai? Darkrai? Darkrai, welcome, man. How's your day going? I guess this is as far as my camera zooms out. I don't know. I like swimming in pool. I like swimming in pools. I've swum in lakes and sea a couple of times. I mean, I've been in a lake before. I just don't like when the water moves me around. I'm like, I don't like this at all. Oh, I was just saying that I started watching Alien 2, but I was too tired because I had work after the stream. So I was like, my mind was basically like completely fried by the time I like sat down. Like I was just too tired to like pay attention to anything. Hello, good. What about yours? That's a really good drawing. Thank you, man. I try. I try. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. I'm not that great at drawing. You'll get there, man. You just gotta practice and, you know. I'm a big Jaws fan, and sometimes YT recommends me shark attack videos, and even a small bull shark can really mess someone up. Doesn't even need to be a great white. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, they got like those razor sharp teeth. Like I said, I just stay away from water altogether. I don't go in pools. I don't even like to have too much water in the sink. When I like, you know, a girl nearly lost her hand from a bull shark biting her wrist. Yeah, man, those things are crazy. I don't draw a lot anymore. It's alright. Some people move on to other hobbies, you know. I think it's alright to like kind of do one thing and then maybe kind of try something new. I went swimming last week and got a sunburn. I try not to leave the house. Uh, I try to, like, I just mow the lawn and I run back inside. And then I run to my car to go get groceries. And that's the extent that I stay outside. I mean, I do walk my dog. But I try not to leave the house. You know, I'm like a vampiric kind of person at this point. I just hide from the sun all day. Jellyfish are also really bad. Yeah, I've heard bad things about those jellyfish. I don't know. Maybe I should draw a jellyfish-like creature too. Oh my god, I know. Silver Kama is gonna love a jellyfish creature. But yeah, I got a really bad sunburn. I was working on the roof with my dad, like back when I lived with my parents. Um, and yeah, it was awful. I don't know, it's like your whole back like tickles and but it hurts to touch. And you're just constantly squirming for relief. It was just awful. I don't recommend getting sunburns. It like damages your cells a lot. I'm not really sure how or why like jellyfish burn you. I don't like really get it because it's not poison. Is that like little, like, do they have like little needles or something, like micro needles that send a poison into your skin? Because I know they can mess you up. Plus, like, jellyfish don't like really age, I heard. They can live for like forever, which would be cool to like have jellyfish DNA. Lion drill largely depends on the kind of jellyfish. I live off the Gulf of Mexico, and the ones close to shore are more more nuisance than pain. Been stung by those many times. Wow, okay, so it varies. Okay, I didn't know. Well, I knew, like, I figured some of them just hurt, but I heard like some of them you can go into like shock from the pain or stuff or something. My mom told me she got stung by something that like almost killed her, but you know how moms get. They all get dramatic with their stories about how they almost died from a jellyfish, so you never know. Whereas if a man tells a story, they'll be like, a tiger attacked me, it didn't even come close to killing me. In fact, I almost killed a tiger with my bare hands. But this is Aqua Bob. I guess you could say it maybe used to be a jellyfish, although its structure is very solid. Its structure is very solid and has, well, the bottom of it looks like an upside down stingray. So maybe it's got like, I guess the head and the bottom of it kind of like have stingray energy. Like it might have evolved from that kind of lineage. Same, I would mess with like a Man-O-War jelly, but yeah, you're right. Yeah. Dude, I just stay away from sea. All of it looks horrific to me. I don't want anything to do with anything from the sea unless it's on my plate and cooked correctly. You know what I mean? If it needs to be cooked correctly and on my plate with spices, then I'll eat. Then I'll mess with like a lobster. Thank you for the follow, Daisy Jen. Diazanjen 999. Thank you. I posted in my stories that I don't have a name for this guy, and someone suggested, I forget what the one word was, but like somebody suggested Bob, so I think I'm gonna, when I post this, I'm gonna name it Aqua Bob. You're so skilled in doing a traditional respect. Reminds me of a Zerg creature from StarCraft. You know, I was saying that the other day. This definitely, I think this would fit within the Zerg world, because they have such a high diversity of creatures that they integrate other creatures into their like sort of bug empire. And yeah, I think this could definitely be like some sort of a swarm mother kind of a creature. Or a thinking, maybe like a logistical kind of, like not so much a logistics, but maybe a thinking bug. You know, something that does the, like maybe like it's a server, right? Like this thing is a server, in a sense, and maybe that's why it's underwater, so it like cools it down. But it does like calculate like sort of calculations for cosmic travel or something, and or like commands a lot of troops with its mind. But yeah, I agree. This does have Zerg vibes to it. It definitely. I think if I toned down the aquatic thing a little bit, it would definitely be like, especially like this part could be like Zergish. This unit requires more minerals. Is it ambient occlusion stage? I love the design of them tentacles with holes on the sides. Oh, yeah, I wanted like a repetitive geometry kind of look. You know what I mean? Like I wanted it. If it makes it feel more, I guess that makes it feel more space-like, like it evolved in space or something. Like it has like hollow bone kind of thing going on, or something. But yeah, I do like that kind of the way that turned out. There's definitely some spaceship kind of vibes to this thing. Like you could see this thing like slowly traversing through space and spreading colonies or something. Like it's got that like a little bit of that energy in there. I mean, if I did like a couple stars, like I could definitely make it space if I just said it is space and just added like like planets in the background and stars and stuff, like to kind of like sell the idea that it's a space floating kind of alien. I don't know. I just have a hard time letting go of space. It's just more exciting than being in water for me, you know. It's more promising. There's more opportunity. It's infinite, allegedly. Looks like a swarm host type. Yeah. Vespene gas. Kind of interesting that the Protoss, Terran, and Zerg, they all need Vespene gas and minerals apparently to like for their economic structure. Interesting how that worked out in the future. I actually do like this stage of like sort of finalizing the like just kind of cleaning stuff up and like making things look refined. Sort of this is a fun stage to be in because it's sort of like very stress-free, I would say, and just you kind of like you got the base and you just kind of clean stuff up and make it look pretty. I'm trying to add like these like translucent little fish things. They like, since this queen, oh, you know what, this kind of makes sense because she can't like really clean herself because she's like in this static kind of mode. It would make sense that she would have like a bunch of like little workers like cleaning her body constantly. That totally makes sense. If you guys have ever seen I think it's shrimp, no, not shrimp, what's the seahorse? If you guys have ever seen how the seahorse reproduces, it like spits out a bunch of like these little seahorses out of its stomach, and then like it's just like a swoosh of them, like a little cloud of them, and they're super tiny. And yeah, maybe like she does that too, like out of these like holes right here, like she just spits out like a million of them, and then they slowly grow into a colony. Is it the male? Okay. Have you seen any anime? I mean, like Dragon Ball Z, Gundam. I was gonna watch Attack on Titan, but I ended up forgetting about that. Like these guys could be in like the larva stage, and the larva like serve the hive mother until they're mature, and then they start like they settle down at the bottom, and like when they settle at the bottom, they kind of like, I don't know, grow spores and like start their own like miniature colonies. I started Dragon Ball Z. I'm at Namek Saga. I used to enjoy Dragon Ball Z. I mean, I watched it passively because it was an Adult Swim or whatever. Like, I'm from that era, that's why I had exposure to it, and like, you know, I enjoyed the sort of hyper kung fu and stuff. It was cool. It was a good time. Dragon Ball was super cool. Yeah, I remember like Cell and Vegeta, not Vegeta, yeah, Vegeta, but like what was that little gray one that was like the little one? I forget their names, but I remember Cell pretty well. That was like the era where I was in. I thought it was cool. What do you think is the most stressful stage of art? I'm an artist too. For me, the red bear is the obstacle cause I lose the generals. Like all the newbies, I guess. Render, sorry. No, I would say it's the opposite. For me, the most it's the beginning. That's where the establishing of the form and the like putting together the idea is like where things can go wrong. Rendering is more like relaxing. At least like I find it just more like I guess I'm on the opposite spectrum of that. Like I feel like the stressful part, like if I were to draw some, like when I was drawing this from the beginning, there was like a real struggle session before I like figured out, because I didn't sketch this out. I just kind of like started like some alien thing and then just figured it out. So I think for me, in my opinion, the most sort of stressful part is like the establishing of the forms and design, which is why it's a good idea to sketch an idea before you start. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like rendering is like just, it's like sitting here just like talking and chilling, you know. It's just more of a time consumption thing. Have you seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? No, I've never heard of that. It makes me think of that, like, is it a cartoon? Sorry, I have no idea. I've never heard of that before. It's pretty good. It's an anime. Okay. I like the One Punch. I watched a few episodes of the One Punch Man. I thought that was hilarious. I like the part where he takes on a student and who wants to like become like him, and he's like, well, you know, to be on my level, he's like, you gotta like do 100 push-ups a day, and it's like the most. It's like the most like non-super workout that he teaches him. He's like, well, you know, you got to do some crunches and some sit-ups, and like, you know, it's pretty tough. The guy has like no idea that other people are not on that same level. That was funny. I don't know if that show ever. I don't know if that show ever like took. I don't know what's going on. Agreed. My son showed me One Punch Man. It cracked me up. Yeah, it was a funny show. I don't know whatever happened to that. I don't know if they're still making it. But I was sort of wondering. I'm like, how long is the joke of him being like endlessly powerful gonna last? Like how long? But they stretched it out for a while. Like I'm like, they're really running with this one joke, and it's working. I mean, it worked for the first season that I watched, but then you know, like I said, I don't pursue like anything. Like I just, if I happen to catch it, I'll watch it. But like right now, I am purposefully rewatching the Alien films. I just watched the first Alien film again, and I think that movie is probably the perfect horror movie. Like it's top tier. That's as good as a horror film can be, basically. It's got all the elements in there, you know. Betrayal, you know, a weird alien. I mean, I don't know, it's just the perfect film, you know, in terms of like horror. Wait, I'm gonna watch through all of them, and because I talk about Alien a lot, and I'm like, I need to know what I'm talking about, because I bring it up every 5 seconds, but my memory is like very, it's faded since I saw it last. Part 7 of JoJo's is being animated, and it comes out next year. Part 7 of JoJo. Okay. What's JoJo's about? Is it like Dragon Ball Z kind of? Or I've never heard of JoJo's. Do you practice multiple sketches of different design? I usually just change my one idea and process multiple ideas. Like if I'm randomly sketching, like if I'm just doing random sketches, it kind of ends up looking like this. This is kind of like how things look. Like this is more rendered out than when I don't do, you know, this is like a more rendered out version. I guess I was just sitting here chilling. But if I'm just going through like sketch after sketch, like it's pretty much like random things come out of that process for me. So it's weird because he turns so strong. He turned bald. That's how you know you're at the final. That's when you're peaking. Your peak strength as a male is like when you start to lose hair. You're peaking. Even that's why we're being. That's why society is trying to convince us that being bald is bad, because like they're trying to deny our strength. Alien about to be a current topic again with Alien Earth coming out in like 2 weeks. Yeah, my only thing is like the only thing I don't like about Alien Earth is like you got to sign up for Disney Plus, and I heard like the contract for signing up for Disney Plus is like you sign away your rights. Like if you, I don't know, I heard like this odd story. I don't know if it's true. I'm not. This is all speculation. I don't want to get sued by Disney, but like some family like they had Disney Plus, right, and they went to like the Disney park or whatever, and like they got like they started a lawsuit because like something happened to them, and Disney was like when you sign up for Disney Plus, you sign away, like you legally sign away your rights, like when you're on the like land of Disney, they like you can't sue them anymore. Like I swear to God, I heard something like that. I don't want to, that could have been like just something I saw in my dream, in like some hallucinatory dream, but like I could have swore there was some story like that where like when you sign up for Disney Plus, like you technically like are signing up for like I don't know, like something weird. So hard to make good horror movies just as a comedy movie, I guess, because fear is most primordial instinct. Yeah, it's incredibly hard. It's incredibly hard. Like without resorting to just like jump scares, because like I feel like a jump scare, it's like whatever, but having a sense of horror with, you know, creating a sense of horror without you know, the jump scare is really difficult. It's really difficult to build it up like that. When Ripley is like fighting the droid, when she finds out about his mission in Alien 1, spoiler alert, there's a droid and or synthetic or whatever, artificial person, whatever you want to call them, but she like, you know, kind of throws him off to the side and she tries to leave and he's like closing the doors, and like, you know, it's just they did a really good job with that whole thing. So I think it's just really hard to, you know, create, yeah, just a sense of horror without the jump scare. It takes a lot of talent. It's about a family named the Joe Stars who got into a car crash in the 1800s, and the father and son survived, and some named Dio Brando became main characters, enemy, and is different characters and villains every part. Wait, what? It's about a family. Wait, we're talking about JoJo's Adventure, or so? Yeah, JoJo's Wild Adventure. It's about a family named Joe Stars who got into a car crash in the Were there cars in the 1800s? And the father and son survived, and someone named Dio Brando became main characters, enemy, and it's different characters and villains every part. Okay. The most difficult thing is to place the viewer into a horror atmosphere. Yeah. It was a horse and buggy, sorry. Okay. I mean, I know there probably technically was cars in the 1800s. You know what I mean? Like, there probably was some prototypes. By the way, like, the first cars were steam cars. Did you guys know that? I was watching Jared Leno's, like, garage, and they were showing off all these, like, antique steam-powered, like, vehicles, and I was very, like, shocked at how, like, things weren't bad. Like, obviously, the common man couldn't afford anything like that, but, like, the technology was there. It's just that getting that thing going is kind of a trouble, you know. It's like the steam power has a lot of torque. It doesn't have like a lot. It's hard to get it up to speed. It's very hard to make something that goes like 60 miles an hour even. But yeah, the torque was there. I think it'd be interesting if we had a company make like a steam vehicle. Primarily because, like, if you think about it, you could technically fuel that with just garbage. Like, you can just throw garbage in there. I like this song, but yeah, I forget where I was going with that. Bring back steam-powered vehicles, you know what I mean? And on YouTube, I saw a steam-powered motorcycle, I just kind of want that because I like the idea of like if you have some logs in your backyard, you could technically get it going again without needing like strictly fuel. I just think like if you live in like some solar panel kind of like village and you have your chickens, I think it'd be fun to have like a little steam powered trike to like get around. So that would be like my ideal kind of world. And it makes a little choo-choo train noise, like that whole thing with the pistons. So anyway, I'm not gonna do it, but one of you should get on that. Like make that a reality, so I can have my steam-powered motorcycle. I know there's only like 19. There was 19 people, and I know that's unlikely someone's gonna undertake that suddenly, but. Yeah, Ford. Yeah, Ford was a man who made cars. That's about all I know. I was thinking the other day, if I ever had like a cabin, like if I ever built my own house from bottom up, I would have like an iron cauldron kind of thing going on, and like have like metal plates extruding from the chimney to act as like a radiator. Cause like I feel like part of the problem, a lot of the heat goes straight out. Oh, basically. And I've seen like some more modern furnaces. They have not furnaces, but like these metal kind of like cast iron stoves. They'll have like these like tubes above the fire. They get really hot and they reburn the smoke, because that smoke, that soot that goes up the chimney, it's actually burnable. And if you light it up again with like something really hot, you can use that for heat. I don't know. I spend too much time thinking about things that will never happen. Like if I built a cabin, like how I would like weld together my own kind of like heating system. Did you know people were teaching a dolphin how to speak English, then it drowned it? No, I've never heard of that. I don't know why I thought that was so funny. I apologize, but thank you for the follow. We got some dark humor enjoyers. Nurican Lex. Because it basically had an affair with a girl, then she let. Oh, that makes sense. Isn't that wait, a girl, like dolphin girl or human girl? I need to get to the bottom of this story, because like I know they get attached, but like a human did it drown itself over a human girl? Because some dudes will do that too. Like human guys will do that stuff. Okay, that's really crazy. I mean I get it. It's a little weird that a dolphin would do that, but I guess. You know how dolphins kind of she left because she was getting married. Oh, I wouldn't. Yeah. I was thinking maybe dolphins are like eldritch creatures if you think about it, right? And you know how they say they're like hyper intelligent? They say, right? I have no idea, but like the way they communicate, like their frequencies are like they have like way higher information volume that they can deliver through their like sort of chirping or whatever they do. I was thinking like maybe Earth is like a punishment for like great elder creatures, right? Like a higher tier sort of intelligence creatures, and they just get sent down here without thumbs, so they can't yet echolocation. That's part of it too, right? They do that too. But like, check this out. Maybe dolphins were like they were like part of the eldritch sort of hierarchy, and they failed in an Luciferian attempt to take over of like the higher gods, and they were sent to Earth without thumbs because they look kind of eldritch, right? They look very sort of they could like be spacefaring kind of, and so maybe they were sent down here as a form of torture with humans because like we're dumber, but they have to just suffer through it. They just have to be like in zoos and parks and like all this kind of stuff, and they literally can't build spaceships because they don't have thumbs. Just an idea. I don't know. Apparently, fruit flies have more in common with humans than monkeys have in common with humans. Genetics wise? Are you saying oh, speaking of dolphins, did you know that dolphin fins have human bone structure within the dolphin fin? That's why I sort of brought up maybe they were punished by the eldritch gods. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said that. I forgot that was a part of it. Is they have a human-like structure. We'll go into why that's actually a part of the simulation, but same with bats. Yeah, but with bats it makes sense because it's part of their like it's part of the wing. It like the a flipper doesn't need. You would think it's just like a cartilage bone in the fin, maybe some cartilage around that, right? There doesn't need to be a very complicated mechanical system. So that's why I said maybe they were punished and they got rid of their hands. But the sort of the offshoot of their like sort of like is still there, some of the remnants of their bodies. But yeah, it's all very weird because like the inside of a human ear has like parts of like a reptilian, like we have the same structures like reptilian ears, like the internal part, which does make you think like obviously the evolutionary theory touches on that. Like we shared some of the parts, but as we evolved, we kept the useful parts and got rid of the non-useful parts, or whatever. But I do sometimes wonder if there's not something else going on, broadly speaking, with the part sharing and the like you said, the fruit fly DNA. You find out there's more DNA sharing with fruit flies than monkeys, even though monkeys look a lot more humanoid than fruit flies. It's all very strange. It's all very strange. I'm not claiming anything here. I'm just speaking out loud, so don't take anything I say too seriously. I do agree with your theory about dolphins being eldritch creatures. I feel strongly that there's something to that, because they're very perceptive and intelligent, and it doesn't make sense because it's like, why would they have such a I'm not really saying they're eldritch creatures, but if you think about it, it's like why would a higher sentience not just be like I don't know, devoid of thumbage. But when I was listening to Mark Campbell talk about the simulation theory, he was going on about that the reason we have like scientific paradoxes within the evolutionary theory and like the double split experiment kind of thing, where you have photons acting differently when they're being observed or not, is he was putting it all under the umbrella of it's simulated, and reality has to like explain itself somehow. And so that's why you see these in, you know, within the universe, like within like biological life forms and stuff, you see these reoccurring patterns because the system has to save memory somehow. Like you can't just make up a whole new thing every time. So if it creates like a monkey or a fruit fly, it borrows the information from one thing to the other to extend the universe. Like it's like a procedurally generated world. It uses the same basic system. It's not really generating a new whole new environment. It's using the same information and changing up the variables a little bit to create a new planet, right? So that's kind of how he was explaining that the simulation works that we're supposedly in. I don't know, I just think it's really interesting. In the submarine service, our warfare insignia is called Dolphins, and it's a very high achievement to wear the Dolphins. Means you were qualified in submarine warfare. Nice, man. Very cool. They used to use dolphins as suicide bombers in World War One. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But I get it. Like, I don't know. I kind of get it. I think I saw something on YouTube where the Japanese would put like very small Japanese people inside of like torpedoes. I'm not even kidding. This is like World War II, and it was very effective. Was it really? Yeah, but like they would stop at nothing. Like people will go far, you know, to win a war. Just put people inside of torpedoes. Like it makes sense. Like it's much harder to develop a, you know, much harder to develop like a technology that'll do it than it is to just put a person in there, you know. If they're willing to, like, if you can like sell them the idea. But I'm definitely a simulation theory enjoyer. Like it's something I like to look into a lot on the internet. Like you know, there's a couple big characters that I listen to. None of them I take to heart, but I do like to do like a little bit of a dive. In Russia and Ukraine war, they use North Korean people as meat shields, basically. Yeah. Because they don't care about them. That's the general consensus that that's what you would do with people you didn't care about, kind of. Not that I'm advocating for it, but yeah, that's kind of how that goes. Unfortunately. Did you know there was a man who lost his arms, legs, jaw, eye, and hearing to a grenade? I'm sure with like how many wars there's been, I'm sure that like all of that has happened at one point or another, just because of the volume of wars that's existed. I've never heard of that particular story, but I'm sure that that would happen. He couldn't do anything while having surgery. He just laid there. I would imagine you would have to just lay there. Yeah, you're pretty much not gonna do a whole lot after that kind of damage. It's in the music video of one from Metallica. Oh, okay, I've seen that. Somebody told me that when we were watching that that's what it was about. Ad Attack, man, nothing but video game based movies today. Imagination is zero in Hollywood. Yeah, sometimes you gotta recycle all the old stuff before you move on to the new stuff. It's risky to offer a studio a new idea because, like, it's risky to offer a new idea because it's like, how do you like, they don't want to take risks, so much simpler just to kind of dust off an old IP, put a new coat of fresh paint on it, and call it a day. I don't blame them. That's just business. We're kind of creatively maybe stagnating a lot, but that's just a cultural phase we're in, just because of the economic circumstances. New things. Well, to be fair, like, I feel like American movies have touched on everything. Like, it's all out there. Like, all the ideas. It's just like, not even if you created a new IP, it'd be, like, how do you create something new? It's really difficult now. Even if you did want to take the risk, it's hard to, like, really try. I mean, really put out something really original. It's Have you seen live action Dragon Ball movie? No, I didn't know there was one. Like a real like for real, or I don't know. I feel like I feel like I would have heard of something like that, or like a fan made one. It's called Dragon Ball Evolutions. No, I've never seen that. I'll put it in the search just out of curiosity. I'll put it in the search because I don't remember any kind of Dragon Ball Z kind of movie. Okay. Yeah, no, I've never seen that. It doesn't I'll be honest, that doesn't even like to me that doesn't like it doesn't look like Dragon Ball Z really. Like the look if they made a Dragon Ball Z movie, it would need to be like it would need to look like the cartoon, like for me to be even like vaguely interested. Haven't seen it either, but I have the disc. I mean, it just looks like random teenagers to me. Like if they said this is generic kung fu movie, whatever, like I would believe them, because it has to, everything has to look like, you know. One reason I like to watch creature design art streams is the originality of creations. Hard of people to make a plot that hasn't been done, but creatures design, you can really shine at making something new. Yeah, I think there's still some open space in that, you know. Most of my creatures aren't like that weird. Well, as you can see from the artwork, like they're not like this kind of metaphorical. They're more usually kind of like, you know, 2 legs, 2 arms kind of creatures, but sometimes you gotta just go outside the scope of normal and just try something like really kind of experimental and just see if you can farm out something really cool. They look really cool though. Thank you, man. I like to think so. It says there are only 15 people watching. 22 at least people are watching. Yeah, it's good that people are in World War II. They used dolphins to detect enemy submarines and ships. I think somebody already said that in Suicide Bombers. Yeah. I'm just glad that anybody watches this show. I try to be entertaining, but it's hard. It's I don't know. Like I have seen like people with like a lot less followers that have like way bigger audiences, and yeah, I guess they just have the juice. I guess I don't know. Sometimes I guess I could just get quiet and I just draw quietly, and I think that's probably like not the best way to run the show. But I just sometimes I can't think of stuff to say, so I just get quiet for like 4 hours, and if no one in chat is talking, then I just kind of stop talking. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just not like the. I guess you got to be like you know, just more talkative. I don't know, but I'm gonna keep doing it and just see where it takes if it goes somewhere with the streaming. I step away sometimes. Understandable. Like I don't want you to feel like you don't have to comment. I'm just saying that like I'm just saying that like, you know, if it's like quiet, I get usually quieter. But it seems like some people are watching sometimes, so that's good. Oh my god, Samara Tata. Shamatata. Thank you for the raid. Shout out. Shama ta. I did it. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I saw your Instagram post. I liked it a lot. How was your guys' stream? We're just drawing some aquatic bobs. What were you guys up to over there? Oh, thank you for the follow. It's Karen. It's Karen. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. We're just mad chilling over here, drawing some more creatures. Thank you, free mango time. Thank you for the follow. I keep breaking this lead. I probably wasted more lead breaking it than I did drawing, if I'm being honest at this point. Is that a mechanical pencil? What in the cosmic horror is this? Yeah, I just wanted to kind of have a more metaphorical creature and just get really like creative with the geometry. You know, normally I draw stuff more like this. Sorry, most of the time I'll draw stuff like this, kind of more coherent. But this is more of a, you know, it's like a brood mother kind of thing. If you hate lead break, try Sakura mechanical pencils. They are stable and hard like hell. Well, this is a 0.2 millimeter lead. Like, it's so tiny that it's like, it's hard not to break it if you like, you know, get crazy with it at all. So that's just the nature of it. Like, can't avoid that really. Even I thought the 0.3 was like easy to break. This is like way more. This is like crazy. But yeah, it's a mechanical pencil. I love this one. It's like I said, it's a very small lead. Oh, thank you, Shamat. Thank you for the emojis. I appreciate that. Dark Eye Rye says bye. All right, see ya, Dark. Appreciate you being here. I saved up about $100 and ordered some nice paintbrushes from Rosemary Co. They are handmade and are supposed to be the best. All right. Yeah, let me know how I received them in mail. Yeah, let me know how that goes. I'm not, you know, I don't know too much about it, but Sometimes I mute the volume when I'm in the meeting or something, but I can watch. I can still watch the drawing progress. Oh, thank you, Rennie Ren. Oh, happy Friday. I keep this on all day. Thank you, Rennie Ren. I appreciate that. That is much appreciated. Are your drawings based off Elden Ring? No, I've never played that game, but I'm sure there's like some cultural crossovers just because of Dark Souls and things of that nature. But no, they're not based off of that at all. I thought about doing like a medieval armored kind of creature drawing, but I didn't. I just kind of draw whatever comes into my mind on the spot, and then I kind of just go with that, you know. They look like they are. But people said they don't look like they are because, like, they're not. Like, people ask me if I would, and I'm like, no. Like, a lot of the Elden Ring stuff has heavy medieval looking armor. It's not that I don't have heavy medieval looking armor. You could do that next stream? Maybe. Man, I was like saying these paintbrushes heal well made solid. Feel made solid? Yeah. Because I've seen enough Elden Ring footage that I'm like, I've seen enough of it, and I've seen enough Dark Soul stuff that, of course, if you're drawing like medieval stuff, you could say that, but it's definitely not like, I feel like you can't like confidently say that like my stuff looks like that stuff. Because I've seen some of the crazy, like the Bloodborne stuff, like the crazy creature designs are so different that I just have to like just like put a foot down and be like, I just disagree with that. Not that what I don't like their stuff, I just don't see enough correlation there. And usually I don't look at like other people's work unless I'm doing like something specific. I hope they don't fall apart like some of the ones I bought at a local store. The metal part just came off from a couple of those. Do you have a crimper? Maybe you can like use a crimper to like put it back on. It's starting to get warmer. I'm gonna go turn on the air conditioner for the dog and go pee, and I'll be right back. I just gotta go make sure the dog has cold air. Alright, I'm super back until the dog wants to leave the room again. I don't have a crimper, but I did use super glue. But still, the last one that fell apart cost me close to $15. That's a lot of money for something just falling apart, I agree. Started a new painting based on a snip from Rembrandt documentary where his daughter visits him. Okay. I'll check it out on Instagram. I'm back and he's gone. second, I gotta go check on my dog. He's like barking over there. My dog just will not let me draw for 8 hours straight. He just refuses to let me do it. Hello, went to get some cereal and turn off AC. What did I miss? Not a whole lot. I've just been sitting here quietly for the most part. Just chilling and render. Oh my god. Vercookie. Thank you for the follow, Vercookie. I appreciate it. Vercookie says hello, hello. How's it going? Not too many chatters here. No, it's pretty quiet. It was chatty earlier. I guess part of it is I haven't been talking, but I like the work and the vibe. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, just kind of hang out, and this is kind of more like the final rendering stage. I'm just kind of cleaning stuff up and getting it ready for post, but when I get this done, I'm probably just gonna like sketch for new ideas. That's kind of like gonna be the direction after we get done sketching here. Working on the latest touches of the Lambscade. Checking weather app says air quality is low and unhealthy for sensitive groups. We're screwed. I feel like I don't have breathing problem. I've never like really had issues with it. This is sad, man. Oh, the air quality, yeah. air quality can't be bad. Well, I actually heard like technically if, like the air quality inside a house can be like more bad than outside. Like if you're sitting inside all day just breathing in your own oxygen all day. But to be fair, I have my like kitchen door. I always have like one door or something open usually to like allow some airflow. First transit, thank you for the emojis. The other day I almost had an oven fire and had to open doors to get that smoke out. Oh, that sucks, dude. Yeah, I had that with the air fryer. If you don't have that like that thing on top that kind of blocks some of the fat from like shooting up there when it gets hot, you can get a lot of smoke in your kitchen. I also had something similar to that. It wasn't really a fire, it was just like the smoke touching the like the metal above. I'm debating on how dark I should make this bottom shield here, shielding. I feel like more dark than what it is now, maybe another 30% or something like that. To kind of give it that, you know. Add attack back. Nice. Yeah, I'm just gonna like slowly shade this in here till it looks like it's the appropriate amount of shade. That's one thing I don't like about rendering is like it really slows down towards the end when you're kind of like just it's like a surfboard. No, he's not. Oh, the darkness has arrived. Hello, hello. No, it's not. He's not like gliding on water. No, he's underwater. Or she. Hard to say. How's it going? The darkness has arrived. I'm just doing some finishing on this piece. It's all good. Eating some chicken and enjoying a Friday. Is it Friday? It is Friday. Nice. Yeah, I'm just busily drawing away basically. This kind of came together. I think recently I've been drawing like faster, it seems like. Like the alien didn't take any time at all, it seems like, but I don't know. It's been like really speeding up. Sometimes like a piece will take me like 6 streams, and sometimes like I just get it done in like almost a stream. I felt like I could have done it like last night, especially if I just kept going at the same pace, but I just want to like chill and just kind of render this out carefully and give it that like clean look. If you draw a lot, you become a lot faster. Yes, right. Crap, it's August 1st. I can't believe summer is almost over. I can't wait for summer to almost be over, to be honest. I want summer to be over. Well, at least I want to go into like colder weather, you know what I mean? Just a little bit. We still have another month of probably this similar kind of weather, but even if we just get like the cold mornings, I just don't like I just don't like waking up and it's like 86 outside at like 6 in the morning. Almost over. We're just halfway there. Yeah, I think we got for sure another month of this, of like this similar kind of thing, but it's just been so hot in Illinois. It like it's not giving in at all. I mean, today was nice in the morning, but yeah, this year has been brutal with the heat. I think the reason that Alien went really fast is I didn't really use the brush at all. I just kind of let the grain of the paper just kind of remain. I don't know, for some reason that one came together really fast, and this one too. This is only a second stream, but usually like even the creature ones usually take like 4 streams, and sometimes the full like the full piece ones, like if I do the whole page, it takes longer. But look, I don't feel like I'm drawing faster necessarily, but I wanted this creature to be more like metaphorical. Like I guess I just wanted like, you know, have a lot of like non-distinct features and that kind of thing. I wanted to, you know, kind of have less humanoid elements to it, you know, and just more spaceshipy kind of floaty type alien. I guess it does. Like once it started going into like this aquatic kind of looking thing, you know, once it started like heading that direction, I kind of went with that. But originally it was more space horror. It just kind of, we decided to do the little fishies that kind of like go along and clean it off, so now it looks way more aquatic because of that. One second, I gotta let my dog out. He wants to go into the backyard. 1 second. Thank you, Looks Go. Thank you. I did buy some pickles to get through the longer streams again, because I found that pickles are like the best way to do it. It just kind of like fills you up enough. And they kind of like, they have a tendency to like wake you up. I'm not sponsored by these people. I'm not like promoting pickles, but I'm telling you, like, if you want to do like a 7-hour stream, Sorry, the pickles are the answer. And the salt gives you the electrolytes you need. Hold on, I gotta go grab a paper towel. Oh wait, I have paper towels, never mind. But if there's a company that does want to sponsor me, I'll sell out immediately. So I'll sell out for like a jar, like a big jar of pickles. I'll sell out. Anyway, those are really good, by the way. They all taste the same to me. I can't tell the difference between any brand, but I'm an enjoyer. I forgot how much I love like stuff like that. Anything that's like pickled and salty. I am gonna finish watching Aliens. I wanted to say 2, but it's just called Aliens. I'm going through all the Alien movies. That's part of why you've been seeing more Eldritch stuff lately. These kind of like monstrosities. Is I've been kind of like seeing that kind of imagery a lot lately. So that's kind of the direction I'm going with. You know, like I've said this before, but I'm kind of like a pigeon. Whatever like sort of gets into my head, that's kind of like where I go. I like pickles that have a snap. Yeah, the fresher pickles that have a little bit of a snap are nice. I haven't watched a movie in years. Wait, you haven't watched like an Alien movie or just movies in general? I'm just sort of curious because like I do have a harder time watching movies now because like really, how do you waste your time? No, I'm just kidding. Because like it's harder to watch movies now. Like if I'm not at a theater and like I have, you know, monitors and phones, it's hard to like just watch the movie. I have to like turn everything off and be like, this is what I'm paying attention to. It does get harder to. It gets harder to do. Gaming or documentaries on YouTube. Yeah, I kind of like went down the podcast kind of route, and yeah, and gym or walking. I'll do a little walking. I walk a little with the dog, and I've been doing like night walks, just walking around at night for an hour or so. That's been really refreshing. It's funny, like the buildings that are brick, like when it's like pitch black, like they radiate like they radiate like heat off of them like hours later. It's crazy how much heat. Hold on, the dog is barking. He just does things. I swear, like he's picked up a new hobby of just like barking randomly. See, he just won't. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Okay. It's like I can't even sit down and draw for 8 hours straight. You know what I mean? It's like just sleep, dog. Just like sleep while I draw. Which is what he used to do, but now he's realized that because I'm not at work, he can just sort of bark, and I'll have to get up and go take care of whatever. But anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, walking. I've been doing walking. Forcing myself to walk across town and back. Usually at night because of the heat is just unbearable. And yeah, YouTube is just great in terms of like diving into. It's hard to like to watch old stuff when you can like watch like the freshest news available. You know what I mean? It's kind of like more interesting that way. So it has been harder to watch movies. But I've been like forcing myself to like, you know, just sitting down and because I bring up the Alien a lot, and I need to like refresh my memory of it all. I don't go out at all until the evenings. My wife gets me to go out and buy some stuff. Hate going out early. I did enjoy, like, back when I drank coffee, like, I did enjoy, like, after the stream or after I would get done working here at home, like, just leaving the house and going and getting a cup of coffee. It would, like, break up my day. It would create, like, this thing I looked forward to. You know, I would go buy whatever, Dunkin' Donuts or McDonald's coffee, and, like, I would go for a drive. It made a nice, like, little break within the day. So now that I don't drink coffee, I just sit here and hallucinate. It's some, you know, it's not as maybe I should do, where did I put that piece of paper? Maybe, sorry, I couldn't pick it up. I couldn't pick it up to save my life. Maybe I should do one of these characters next. You know what I mean? Do like a full scale. I kind of like the way this guy turned out with this. This looks very Tao-like. It looks a little Tao-like, but maybe this guy, I think, you know, I might need to change the torso a little bit, but I think he turned out kind of interesting. Maybe even get rid of the arms and just make him like a flying unit. But I don't know, just like random sketches I was doing the other day. Man, Shaquille O'Neal is on source of ads these days. He must be making millions and millions. My sound is off because I'm in a meeting, but I saw the jar of pickles and had to laugh. I push pickles. I'm like, I push pickles on people for sure. They're refreshing and they fill you up. Like it lets me get through a longer session. Because you're not like totally hungry, and they're like not filling enough to like make you want to go to sleep afterwards. So it's the perfect like streamer snack. Don't drink energy drinks, just eat pickles. It's like the same, it kind of has like that kind of zest to it where it like wakes you up a little bit. You should ask a pickle company to sponsor you and get free pickles for life. Yeah, but then they're gonna make me sign a contract for life. I'm not signing away, like, I'll do like a 3-month contract maybe if they wanna. I'll put their brand on the board, you know, on the screen. Well, once if I can get the stream to get bigger, we will go to a pickle company and ask them. We'll eventually do the pickle thing. I just don't have the numbers to like push something like that. Time to go for a walk. Enjoy the drawing session. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Just saw some funny Insta ad when Kiss unveiled their makeup-free look. Lol. Imagine 4 guys in their 30s just walking around. When Kiss unveiled their makeup-free look. Oh, I see. I haven't heard anything about that band for a while. It is getting harder to like sit down for like 2 hours or 3. Some of these movies are like crazy. They want a big chunk of your day. It's hard to like sit down and just watch a movie. It really is. It's not like it used to be. There's just so much content that's like sort of feels more urgent, I guess. But yeah, I've been forcing myself to watch the Alien movies. Not that I don't like them. It's just I do have to like concretely decide that that's what I'm doing. Otherwise, I won't do it. Duty calls. Got on phone. See you later. See you later, man. Thanks for hanging out. Did you use a blue pencil? No. The blue is produced via mixing the white charcoal and regular lead. It produces a bluish tint. I wonder if I can go over with some other color and like kind of cancel that. It adds more of an aquatic feel to it, which is not bad because we are calling it Aqua or what Aqua Bob. But like at the same time, I do wonder if I can like have a way to counter that because I like the way it blends, like the way the blending looks, but I don't always want the blue, right? So that's just something to eventually find out how to avoid that whole situation. Tiago by Ian you're an amazing artist. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll take it. I like blue tint. I also like blue tint. I just wish I could control it. You know what I mean? Where, because obviously I can erase the white and just put the regular pencil, and then it won't have that. But I like the way it blends, if that makes sense. And sometimes I don't want the blending, or sometimes I don't want the blue, but I like the blending. So maybe if I find like this tan color, I don't know, then it's gonna turn into something else again. It's the great mysteries of life. Of how do we solve this problem without creating another problem? Kind of hints at bioluminescence, right? I can like hear whales, or whatever they, you know how whales do. I saw a video of a whale protecting a woman from a shark. Really? That's nice of them. I couldn't even protect a woman from a shark if I tried. I'm not becoming shark food, you know. The only thing I gotta tell you is you shouldn't have got in that water. Because I'm not a strong swimmer, so that's on you now, you know. Like, you should have not gone in there. It's starting to look good. It's starting to get like rendered out, and it's looking better. I just need it to be like a little bit more vibrant in terms of like the contrast, but other than that, it's coming together nicely. Oh, today's the first of. Okay, today is the first of. Okay, I I I remember someone saying that, but it didn't like register in here. Like it, somebody said that it was the next month, but it didn't like. It took me a while to like get it fully through, and I just look over and realized it was in fact the next month. What the? This. I think this is gonna be the last sharpen of this pencil. We're coming up on the end of this 8B. I chewed through these bad boys really quick. I do. This is like my favorite, maybe like normal pencil, the Faber-Castell 8B. I talk about it all the time. It's like it's my fave. I probably don't even need to take more wood off, really. The only thing is I can't sharpen this. I can't sharpen this lead without making it all look grizzled like that. I don't get how... this doesn't happen to any other pencil I do, it's just these. It just, like, you can't sharpen it without making it look like a... I don't know. Freddy Krueger lead pencil. Whale protects diver from shark. The dodo? Okay. I can check it out. it's hard for me to believe that they have like not hard to believe, but it's kind of that they have like selflessness like that, and that they understand, you know what I mean, that they need to, not that they need to protect humans, but I just would think that they just wouldn't care. You know, it just, to me, my first instinct would be like, why would whales be cognizant of our, you know, our existence? But it's pretty cool. We're gonna have to end up apologizing for using them for lamp oil. You know. Like once we establish like neural links on the whales, we can do the whale apology. I know there was a period of time when we did some whale oil. Okay, I'm starting to like it. I'm starting to like it. At least when I look over at the monitor, I can see the light. It just seems like I can't get it quite dark enough. Let me switch to my super dark pencil here. Oh my god. Sean's... Sean... Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm almost kind of thinking of doing like an entire picture of like this kind of architecture, this kind of stuff, but like the entire thing is just buildings and kind of like environments made out of like this kind of... I think that would be like kind of interesting to look at. All bluish tint. Your work is amazing and well done. Thank you, Sean. Cephalation quotient means brain mass to body mass ratio. Oh, some animals are high up in the cephalation quotient chart. Humans are at the top of the charts. Yeah, winning. Dolphins are second to us. I think whales must be similar to dolphins in intelligence. I've heard of that. Yeah, the brain thing is interesting because I know that there's like some correlations between the body size and brain and all that kind of stuff. I've heard of that kind of thing before, although I don't have a super hot take on it. But yeah, I basically agree with that sentiment that some things have bigger brains to body mass, and that it probably means something. I'm not sure. There's probably some takeaway, but it's... I happen to not have like a... Am I still streaming? Sorry, I thought my computer blue screen for a second. I thought I heard like a noise. I'm like, did I blue screen? But yeah. As a human though, I'm just glad we have thumbs and like a bigger brain, and that I get to sit inside all day and draw. Like I'm just so happy I'm not in like... I don't want to be like a hyper intelligent dolphin that has to do like tricks in a zoo, you know what I mean? While the tank they put me inside of doesn't have enough like pressure to like make my fin stand up straight. Sorry, that wasn't like a sexual joke. Their fins literally have cartilage, and because they can't go deep enough in the water, their fins like slouch over. That's a real thing. I'm just saying I'm happy to be at the top of the food chain, so to speak. Just so there's no misunderstanding about what I'm saying here. Honestly, I don't think dolphins should be in zoos, like, at all. or killer whales. Or I feel so bad for those like really intelligent animals. I don't know. I'm just like, there's no way they're not like super depressed in there. Chris Maycock says, looks good. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. That fin deformation happens to Shamu, the whale from the Free Willy movies. It's really sad. Like, I don't mind if people have some, like, some of the, like, let's say fish that are, like, a little bit more fishy. Like, if they have a fish tank and whatever, they're cleaning the fishing tank and giving them food, I feel like that's fine. Like, those things, they don't know what's going on. They're just happy to be fed or whatever. But, like, those whales, they seem like there's something more going on there a little bit. You know. Killer whale, yeah. Oh, Dab, welcome, welcome. How's it going, Dab? Do you like my fish? Do you like the fish I drew? Nice work, thank you. There was one captive whale that killed 3 people. There's a documentary about it called Blackfish. And honestly, I don't even blame the killer whale. It's just like, you can't do that. Like, like they'll be like, the funny thing, like, you'll watch those videos where they have like, I know this is kind of a sad subject and I'm probably gonna run people off, but like, they'll have like some whale and then they're like, they'll put it in a different zoo or whatever and they separate it from its mother and they're like, it's super depressed. I'm like, yeah, like, what do you mean? Like, it doesn't even have a world. It just sits in a tank all day. Like, and it's like, you can't put like sentient beings in like fish tanks. Like, those aren't, you know, I don't know. I think that's like insane. Like, insane to put those things in like, thank you for the follow, Ryu Kia. Thank you for the follow. This fish has the armor of the infinite power of water within it, and it's on its way to Neptune, lol. Thank you. See, you get the idea. Some people just get it. They just get it. Uh, do you use ink or color as well? No, not really. I mean, sometimes I'll throw in a little, like a hint of color, but normally I stay away from color. The blue you see is because of the mixing of the white charcoal with the regular pencil lead. It creates that kind of bluish tint, but that wasn't on purpose or anything. I kind of feel like I'm approaching that kind of like area where you could start saying it's getting close to being done. Of course, as I say that, I can always find something to like go clean up and fix, but the whale's name is Tilikum. Tilikum? He killed two female whale trainers and a guy who trespassed at night, possibly drunk, which led to the fall. Oh, okay. So it might have been like the beginning of like that normally wouldn't have, like, you think that triggered like the weird event, like triggered the, like, so did they like jump in to save the drunk guy and then it killed them too, or because it sounds like they get attacked by a and get it, yeah, maybe like it got confused and it just started killing, you know what I mean? Because it's like that's a weird situation. It wasn't like a, it's not like it was during a training session or something. Yeah, I don't know. God, this is so easy to break. I'm barely like even pushing. there they were three separate occasions. So he did like one killing, then like got the taste for it, and then he went. Man, I guess that's different. I thought he killed like I thought a drunk guy like fell in. The dolphin was like, like because maybe he was drunk, so he like smelled the alcohol and like didn't know what to do. Got all excited, and then the female trainers jumped in to save him. But if it's three separate occasions, dude, three strikes and you're out, right? But I don't know, man. Like I would say like probably don't have them in there. Maybe I'm okay with just seeing them on YouTube and pictures and stuff. I don't need them to be in like a zoo. A good YouTube video is fine. Although the ones in captivity, if they were born there, I'm not sure if they can survive. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where those ones, like, you may not be able to reintegrate them into the wild just because they're not going to be able to connect the dots enough to survive out there again. I'm gonna grab a quick pickle. I remember Tillicum had never received his first treat for performing a trick. Earlier in the day, he became really angry about it, so when the female trainer came up to work with him, he took it out on her. The guy earlier just forgot to give him a fish. Don't forget. That's the lesson. 1 second, I gotta wipe off the pickle juice off my arm. Yeah, don't forget to give your dolphin a fish or killer whale. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. sorry about that. I'm back. Okay. Tickle bit her leg and pulled her to the bottom of the tank. Honestly, if someone forgot to give me a fish, I don't think his actions were uncalled for. I'm just gonna be brutally honest. I didn't realize that they forgot to give him a fish. Action is justified. Alright. Sorry, a little dark humor. Can't help it. One of the more interesting things I find about animals is the understanding of fairness, like that they have the like kind of, you know, they have a sense of what's fair. I think that that's very interesting. Like apes have that, dolphins, killer whales. I think that that's very interesting. Ants, on the other hand, I feel like ants don't have that. You know what I mean? They're just a purely, like, I don't know. They're just expansionist colonies. They don't have any kind of... my foot tickles. I hate that so much. I'm debating whether I should put a little white on the teeth, but I kind of like the way it is now. I don't want to, like... I think that broadly speaking, the thing I'm trying to get away from, like when we go down here, I shaded in this part right here, and it kind of got rid of this contrast. But I don't know if I should bring it back because sometimes you don't want certain things to be too overwhelming. You know what I mean? Like I actually need to work on this part a little bit and shade that in more. But there's always, I think, like there's always this temptation to like continue to render and like add more and more contrast, right? There's certain parts where you do want that for sure, right? Where you want the eye to be drawn to, but I think I have a tendency to kind of like want to overdo it. And I'm trying to get away from that and kind of let be things that we're not necessarily looking at hard, kind of let them fade into the background a little bit. And I think, you know, there's just that instinct to like want to be like, no, let me like just hit it harder so I can like everything can be super oversaturated, right? Like there's that kind of war. But I think I'm gonna like leave that, just let that be like low contrast there. Maybe emphasize this line where the skin connects, like this tissue. Emphasize that to differentiate the space. Maybe hit this dark spot again so we know that there's like a deeper space there. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there. I know I just said I wasn't gonna do it, and then I started like reinforcing those lines. Okay, I'm gonna stop shading there before I get carried away. See, it's hard to look at a spot and not just instinctively start working on it. First transit. Oh, thank you for the bunnies. I just looked for more detail about what happened. They said he missed out on getting his first fish because he messed one one of the tricks earlier and wasn't rewarded, so he was getting more frustrated. Lots of bad communication with him made him more angrier. Bro, I would never get in water with a fish, with like a big mammalian fish like that or whatever they are. Never ever, just because like then you have like zero chance of, if that thing decides to take you out, you're done. And it's gonna probably, because they're intelligent, they can toy with you. I'm not getting tortured by a fish, bro. That's not happening. And all I have to do is stay out of water for the rest of my life. Done deal. You know what I mean? Like that's, you're not getting me into a body of water where something that's like as intelligent, maybe comparable, maybe more intelligent in some ways, and could like use me as a toy as it whips me around and like drowns me, but then lets me have some air, then drowns me again. I'm not signing up for that ever. Yeah, no, I don't even like to get into a water that where I could drown. If it's like more than 6 foot, no, thank you. I'm sorry. I've been steadfast against water my entire life. Ever since I got attacked by that large swan in Belarus, I just don't get into water. Maybe that's where the trauma started. I don't know. There's actual footage of a guy who was being pulled under because the female killer whale was separated from her calf. Yeah. Yeah, they don't understand the full context, so I wouldn't do that. Seems crazy. Like I've talked about this before, but we've conquered the water by putting them in plastic bottles. Forever into the future, you know where humans were, there will be like litters, like giant trash piles of plastic bottles as far as the eye can see. That's how you will know humanity has been there. That will be our mark, our flag. We've conquered the water. Oh, I don't necessarily. You don't have to. I don't necessarily want to see it. Like, I'll be honest. I'm not like into watching like people die live by being drowned. But I believe you. I just don't necessarily want to see it. I say us and whales or not whales, killer whales. We should like just forgive and just bury the hatchet, let them go, stop all the zoos, and just call it a day. This is a video of a guy being dragged under. It's pretty crazy. Luckily, he lived. He just had some punctures on his foot. Brent Hollowell. Hollowell. This is looking cool. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Sorry, we're just talking about really dark subjects of killer. I guess this is like killer whale related. It's like sea. We're drawing some aqua related content. So I just don't. I just like I've seen. I've been on the internet for a while. Like I've seen enough videos, like really bad videos, that I get it. Like I don't necessarily like go and look for that stuff anymore. I get it. This guy isn't one of Telecom's victims, but that's the thing. It's like I don't know if they're victims. Like you can't. It's like you can't force something into like a cage and make it do tricks. I feel like if you forced me into a cage and made, let's say, an advanced alien species, put me in a cage, separated me from humans, and forced me to do tricks and only gave me fish when I did mess up. I don't know if that whatever that thing does. I don't know if it's those things are victims. You know what I mean? It's just like that's to me. That's like sorry, you get. That's just what you get sometimes if you do that. Someone in chat is gonna be like, "Hey, my cousin works at such and such zoo, and they really care about the whales." I get it. I'm just saying, just speaking out loud. I'm not like against anybody. I'm just saying like Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, mess with nature, and it will mess. Yeah, it kind of reminds me like of that scene, like what was the Silence of the Lambs, where the crazy guy like he's like put the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. That's kind of what it makes me like think, and I'm just like, you can't do that. And then like if something bad happens, like you can't just be like the victim. It's like, no, you're not really like the victim. Like you carefully orchestrated this. like you kind of you know what I mean? It's like. And look, maybe they would still kill people in boats and stuff like that, but that's like that's just, you know, that's just nature doing nature stuff. Now, this is, by the way, guys, I'm not like losing sleep over the whales. I'm just saying, in general, like all these bears in cages that do tricks, all these lions. I'm like, I feel like it's like instinctually, I feel like it's super unnatural to like do all that. Like I don't know. I'm totally fine with just like those cameramen going out and filming like a lion, and it shows you like how the lion does lion things. I'm okay. I never need to be on like a safari or see it in a cage. You know, I know like there's some animals that have been like sort of pushed to a corner, so they have to be fenced in. Like there's no way, like they don't have enough land mass to like not be in a contained environment. Like there's like circumstances that are like different. There's like nuances to that, but generally speaking, I'm against all these like weird zoo entertainment things. I would much rather know that they're kind of living a semi coherent life that is feasible to their way of life or whatever than ever see them. I do like how this geometry played out here. I think that's cool. I do like that. Getting started at drawing or finishing something is the hardest part. Hmm. I feel like starting is the hardest part when you're building like forms. I've already kind of talked about that, but I feel like the beginning is the hardest part where you are trying to formulate an idea. That's when your brain has to work hard. That's when I'm like thinking things can go wrong, things can not turn out cool. I could like embarrass myself. The rendering part or finishing, all of that is like just cakewalk to me. For me personally, like for the way my brain works, um, that there's no version of reality where like I could mess up at like this point. You know what I mean? Where I'm just kind of cleaning stuff up, especially like this phase where I'm just sort of going around and like looking stuff to touch up. But yeah, I think that I think that the beginning phase is the scariest. This is what that's when your skill set, your true skill, that's when it's shown in is the beginning. The rest is sort of is you know, rendering. It's like it's easier for me, at least. I don't know. So I have people. I've met people that they can't render. They don't know how to get into it. I get it, but I would say, and I'm not saying I'm the best, but I feel like it's more relaxing and meditative, and I can sit here and just yap all day about whales and stuff without really using too much of my brain. But when I start something, that's when I have to be like, you know, we gotta focus. So that's just my thoughts on it. Everyone's different. It's the opposite for me. I feel like once I get an image to read, everything past that is a grind. It's understandable. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You got the point across, and you want to move on to a different idea. I don't mind working out an idea. I did have that for a while, where you kind of get to a point where it's like I'm already kind of bored with this kind of thing. But recently, I haven't been having that, so I kind of enjoy like fleshing it out, especially like once you get the good form in there and like if you know it's going to be interesting, then fleshing it out and seeing like what the max rendered version of that is like interesting to me. You know, like let's see, because it's kind of like seeing, you know, you kind of know you've thrown the rock hard and far, but you're not sure how far it's going to go, so you're just like watching like if it's going to be like a true great piece or something like. Plus, I post these on Instagram, so it's like I feel like I gotta get it to a certain quality that I've already established a certain look. If I started posting like more like less rendered sketches and stuff like that, you know, and I feel like these are pretty good or whatever. These are fun to look at, but it's not quite as rendered out. But I do like this rougher style too. Maybe I will do a picture with something like that. Maybe one day I'll move away from the high render. I do think that true genius, like is somebody that can deliver a lot of information and use not a lot of like brushstrokes, so to speak. So I think that's the final stages. Is like when you can be like so confident that you can kind of just do like sketching, a little bit of rendering, and kind of sell a very complicated idea. Whereas what I'm doing is I'm selling a complicated idea, but I'm using a lot of rendering to get to that point. So I think that like a true final genius is like putting less on paper while delivering more in terms of information, if that makes sense. OMG, I love your art. Drawing while watching you. Thank you, Natty. I appreciate that. What do you think of the idea of adding a tag like alien device to track this creature? Like sharks have tags on them for research purposes. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. You know what I mean? That's tolerable. That's not like affecting their life overall. I think so. I'm not like super upset at that. If they sedate them or something, and you know, put a tranquilizer and put a little tag on them, I think that that's fine. I'm not saying we should like leave nature alone and never interact with them for like their purity or whatever. I'm just saying don't create insanely crazy unnatural lifestyles where they're like depressed in a cage. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, as far as scientific research, if they're just putting like a GPS tracker, that's I feel like that's fine. To see their movements, you know what I mean, to learn about their patterns, I think that's within the realm of humane and stuff like that. Oh, I mean drawing an alien style tag for this creature, like it's been tagged. Um, no, I feel like it's. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not ready to commit to that yet. I feel like it's outside the realm of like where humans could get to right now. I don't know. I was imagining it being sort of free. I love paintings with efficient brushwork. I aim to be more of a painterly realist, but I also love working at super tight and clean rendering. Yeah, I think I want to get to the point where I have a little bit more style. I wish I would have kept uh, my other pictures, my other sketches. I was doing like pastel experimentations, and it was a lot more like. It looked a lot more. How would you call it? Like, it looked a lot more, um, like concept arty, and I kind of want to reach like an in between stage, something that looks kind of rough and concept arty, but have elements that are uh, rendered out, if that makes sense. I think I just followed you back. I just checked my Instagram. I saw Holloway. I just followed you back. Nice artwork. I think that's you. Very nice. Let me glaze you. Let me glaze your account with some likes. Some Zerg looking guys, very nice. Whoever this is, I gotta glaze this account with a lot of likes, because this is pretty impressive. Thanks, yeah, I've had a look through your work. Love tone paper drawings. Thank you, man. You do the winged kind of nightmare creatures like I do. Like there's this one I'm seeing, and it's got like the Gothic cathedrals with a winged kind of night drinker Mori. I feel like I have like a very similar theme in a sense. Like I do less of that like medieval Gothic stuff, but I do it, and I kind of switch. But I'm like looking at your art, and I do see like similarities in the figures that show up. I wasn't expecting to run across someone on this level. I like the quick ZBrush demon dude. Yeah, I like the lighting. I like how you did the lighting on the focus on the face. Lots of creatures. The darker the better. I agree. I have a tendency to lean towards darkness, even when I try not to. Even when I try to draw something like cutesy, it tends to kind of get, lean into the darkness. I don't know. I can't help it. All right. Sorry, guys. I had to do some glazing really quick. Very cool. Thank you. I give you a follow. I'll keep an eye out for the work. Adding a tag would give it a humorous look, like the super dangerous looking creature, something aliens want to conserve. Lol. Yeah, I became addicted to the the tone paper. I need to like go back to regular paper just to see if I can still draw on it, because I've stayed on like once I discover the tone paper look, I just can't like get away from it. I'm like I've already like adapted my style so heavily to it, or my abilities, that it's hard to like get away from it now. I've been on the tone paper for like years now, basically. Someone suggested that I name it Bob, so I named it Aqua Bob for the final post. This one is definitely like more metaphorical, and it's more of a creature that like I usually do more coherent creatures, but I wanted to kind of like really kind of like open up and just be more like crazy. And yeah, probably would have helped if I sketched a little bit. I feel like I'm done with this one. I'm just gonna move on to sketching for the rest of the stream. Like I'm just gonna grab another piece of paper and just farm ideas for the next picture, because I don't want to have just a 4-hour stream. I want to like have around a 7-hour stream. So I'm just gonna grab another piece of paper while I talk here. But I feel like I'm kind of done with this one, and it turned out pretty interesting. It didn't quite hit the level I wanted. I think you know, whenever you do a creature that doesn't have anything that you can like, that's why I added the eyes at the top, because there wasn't like really any humanoid features to like attach yourself to. It was too metaphorical, maybe. Like it was just like a piece of flesh flying through space. So I added like eyes just to have like some coherence that people can understand. It's like, okay, that's kind of like the head, but this was definitely like more off the typical path. But I think it's important to like kind of do weirder stuff, you know. I've been watching a lot of Aliens recently, so I've been like into eldritch kind of like looking stuff. A lot of creatures like that. Wayne Browley has some otherworldly, borderline abstract creatures. They look truly alien. There's a guy on Instagram, and his account is called I Just Draw. I'm not sure what his name is, but he does like these very I would say they're eldritch, but they're like borderline metaphorical. Like there's not a sort of I don't want to say coherence, because that's like the wrong word. It's like they're very, I can't think of the right word, but they look beautiful, and they look very eldritch and sort of ancient and stuff like that. And there's humanoid body parts and stuff like mixed in with these, you know, the eldritch stuff. And I think that stuff is cool. I think that stuff is cool if it's done really well. But yeah, like I don't know what the guy's name is, but his account is called I Just Draw or something like that, and he does like. All right, I'm gonna go back to just trying to do the pastel kind of stuff, where I'm just gonna draw like I'm just gonna sketch like random shapes and try to make something out of it, like I did that one day. So hopefully I don't like embarrass myself here, but. I've been trying to get away from just like when I drew the alien, I just did like the outline of the body and stuff like that. I've been trying to do more like the kind of like riffing off, just kind of randomly trying to make something out of nothing, and just using like the blending and stuff. And sometimes this goes well, and sometimes it doesn't go so well. But that's kind of what I've been kind of like loosely interested in that kind of theory. It's sort of like sketching, but more Ellen Williams, I think. Is that his name? I feel like doing these kind of sketches is like very helpful for kind of like idea farming of like you know, sometimes something really cool comes out of this, and sometimes not so much. So it's just more. But I've been like kind of getting into this less comfortable for me because I have a tendency to want to like I want to like control as much as I can, and so I'm trying to do like looser kind of drawing. And like the blending lets you like go in and like reestablish like the lines, so to speak. The this is the end sketching part because I knew I was gonna get that piece done today, so I'm just moving on to idea farming for my next piece. And I'm just, this is you know, just more trying to find genius in random sketching. Looks like one of the races from Halo. Like the Promethean, or what were they called? The... Yeah, right now it does look a little Halo-ish. I think this way, you know, you can like it, drawing it loose like this really helps me to like, it just connects the dots, you know what I mean? It helps to connect those dots, and you can accidentally run into like a really cool concept basically without having any particular thing in your head. Essing Healy. See, like this rougher like concept, I kind of want to integrate like this kind of look and kind of like pull stuff from it. And I love this kind of sort of rougher. I will admit, most of my stuff ends up looking very robotic this way. basically slowly do these passes of blending and re-rendering like the details until I get something that is coherent and looks kind of interesting, and then I see if it's worth kind of like pushing forward. Have you decided on what it is? It's a robot, a face of a larger creature? No. And if it doesn't go anywhere, I don't try to torture it to death. I just kind of like move on to a different concept. The goal here is to farm, not necessarily to try and squeeze out something. If it's just not going anywhere, like this is kind of like whatever. I'm not super like committed to it. It's just like draw a thing, spend like 15 minutes on it, maybe 30 or whatever. And if it doesn't look like it's going anywhere, just kind of move on to a different kind of subject matter and try to do an organic one. And in this way I can like move through ideas quicker, you know. Like I made the mistake on that one. I didn't sketch beforehand. I just kind of like did it. So it took me a long time. I was just sitting there erasing stuff and re-adding stuff till some coherence came out of that. But um, but I think this is well worth the time doing. And so when you draw like this, I feel like too, you get to warm your brain up a lot more, because when you're rendering, you're kind of like in a meditative state, right? Um, this forces you to like kind of think, and just your brain gets really warmed up very quickly. I think it looks kind of interesting, but yeah. I'll try and go for something a little bit more organic. I love the black charcoal. You can kind of use it as this kind of way of creating like quickly covering a lot of distance and establishing like, okay, this is all shadow, and then we can always refine it by putting white back over it and just refine. If I needed to refine this and not make it look so dirty, I can always put like white back on there and just clean it back up. And I really like that I can do that. I don't know what this is. Like I said, this is just more idea farming. I just kind of like to do this to generate ideas. And just using the imagination quickly and not letting myself stagnate in the like the perfection stage, you know. Grab a little yellow right there. You know. Doesn't he look happy? So happy. It's just such a smile. Anyway, this is kind of like what I do when I'm bored. I don't know if the nostrils help. I was trying to add nostrils. I don't know if they help, honestly. They look kind of weird, but the whole, not that the whole weird thing doesn't look weird, but that kind of adds I was hoping they would look kind of more different, but we're just gonna fly with it. I'm not gonna fix anything. Man, this thing turned out really weird. For the first one being the head, the second being the torso, the last being the missing limb. This one turned out really weird. I'll admit it. And it kind of... Oops. Even I'm uncomfortable looking at this thing. It's kind of cute though. It's kind of adorable. Kind of interesting. I don't know. That one kind of went nowhere too. Now this instantly looks like that creature from Mass Effect 2. That doctor guy or something. Not the horns, but the... Just realized it's kind of like looking a little bit like that. Just doing something. This is the closest I can get to something cutesy kind of looking. Like, this is as close as you're gonna get with me. I mean, I can do it if I was like to sit here and like focus on it, but naturally I'm not like not driven in that direction. I have to run get the kids, but thanks for the stream and sharing your work. These sketches are looking good. Thank you, man. I appreciate you sticking around. I'm drawing with you. Thank you for the support. I support your inclination to draw with me. Abby the First, welcome. How's it going? I'm just in my sketching phase now. I don't know if you caught the other piece that I was working on, because I kind of got through it really quickly, but I can quickly show you. Thank you for the paw, though. I appreciate the paw waving. I didn't. You're too fast for me? Okay. So my fingers are all dirty. I don't want to mess up. I don't want to mess it up, but I'm not going to not mess it up. This is the guy I was just drawing. This is like kind of what I was working on. Kind of a sea eldritch creature kind of thing. That was the theme, kind of. His name is Aquatic Bob. So that's that. Now I'm just sketching and farming for future ideas. How's your cool, Bob? Thank you. Yeah. I was on my Instagram stories. I asked for the names, and there was a few suggestions, but someone said Bob, and I'm like, okay. I like to draw these dudes without noses. I don't know why, and like these weird helmets. It's like my Bob is a solid name. Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's easy to pronounce for basically anybody. But yeah, sometimes I like to just draw these weird noseless people. I'm of course gonna. I'm experimenting with the blending stuff still. So there's gonna be a lot of iterations of like just me going over and blending everything back, dulling it down, maybe even hitting it with the white charcoal, and then kind of bringing. And that allows me, like if I use this not charcoal, pastel, and I like cover it up, what it allows me to do essentially is sort of dull everything down, like I don't know, 30-40%, and then reestablish those lines essentially. That's kind of what I'm experimenting on, is like the light and the dark, and I'm looking at developing like a different way of like sort of drawing, if that makes sense, like for myself, like a new style that's a little bit more concept arty and a little bit more loose, and you know, something not so where I'm not trying to like control everything super hard. It looks like poo right now, but we'll... Experimenting is good. It's progress. Yeah. Maybe I should just add 2 dots for nostrils. I don't know. Should I do it? No. Maybe I should draw like a little bit of a reflection here, so there's like a sense that it's an enclosed, like, what would you call it? Like a full-on helmet. Maybe not. I don't know. How's your day going, by the way? I hope good. We talked about killer whales and dolphins for about 3 hours to begin with. It was very exciting. Unconscionably exciting content, for sure. Okay, looks a little bit better. He's definitely like creepy cute looking, you know. It like borders on that kind of. I had a pretty good day today. How about you? How did the talk end? Don't put them in tiny fish tanks for people to see. Basically, that's my stance on that. That's basically kind of my overall stance on sort of the more intelligent species. Is like, you know, I don't care if someone has a goldfish or whatever. I'm not gonna like, I'm not like losing sleep over it, but. But yeah, my day is good. Just chilling like always, drawing. trying to transcend to the next level skill-wise, you know? I'm gonna have to sharpen this up here soon. Me too, except for those who put big fish in tiny tanks without plants because it looks cool. I definitely think they should have plants and stuff. I don't know. I feel like they need like plants, right? Like to hide behind or something. I don't know. They need their privacy, you know. What do you have an aquarium with frogs? Nice. I do like frogs. Frogs are pretty dope. I don't like holding them. I don't like how they jump randomly. I'm not a big fan of that. They kind of have a tendency to jump up kind of random. Like I don't know what a frog is thinking either. You know, it's not like a dog. I feel like a dog, it basically knows, you can kind of sense how they feel. A frog, it's a reptilian. I don't know what's going on, but I do like that people like them. But I myself do not own frogs and do not plan on owning a frog. I kind of like this, kind of like rendering its face out kind of realistically while keeping the design like very basic. I kind of like the way that sort of is starting to look. Me too. Sorry, I thought there was a new comment, only to find that there are no new comments when I looked up. Very sad. Very, very sad. Very sad, yes. Here's a comment just for the comment's sake. Thank you, man. I do appreciate it. Maybe I should add like a dark iris to these eyes. I don't know if that's gonna help or not, but I kind of want to add a dark iris. Like no pupils, just the iris. I think that might add something to it. It's good. The eyes immediately gives hope to those eyes. What the? This is how I should have drew Superman. Like, I should have just drew Superman, like, in this style. I think I missed out on an opportunity. Maybe I'll draw Batman in this style, you know? Like this sort of weird, cute, but not cute, kind of semi-realistically rendered. Honestly, I did not expect this to turn into anything like this. I wasn't like I wasn't going hard on this helmet idea. Guys, I'm gonna be right back. Let me strike up some music though. Maybe a little medieval, something like this. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 minute. I'm just gonna do a quick pickle break. Eat another pickle. Man, it is so good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. We got a quick paper towel. Alright. Pickle break over. Back to drawing. I honestly don't know if I'm losing the audience with the whole pickle bit, but I don't care. They're delicious. It helps me get through the stream, honestly, because it like fills up your stomach and it doesn't make you too. It doesn't make you too like, what would you call it? Like, it doesn't make you sleepy because it's not like real food. It's just something you like, I don't know. All right, my pencil is sharpened. I don't know why I committed so hard to this head thing, but I kind of liked the way it was turning out, and I just could not resist. I kind of like the way it turned out, to be honest. Like I like the cartoonish, like realistically rendered out kind of cartoonish look. Something about it is sort of interesting. Although I can't say, I wouldn't want to maybe do a whole thing on it, but just as an experiment, it's sort of cool. Anyway, I kind of think this is cool. Kamuwamu, hey man, do you like the thing I drew here? I don't know, I'm just kind of sketching, and I like went deep into the render of it, and I'm like, I should just do like a whole this cutesy realistic thing. I think it's sort of interesting to explore. It looks cool, chibi style? Yeah. I say yeah, but I'm not entirely sure what chibis are, but I'm gonna agree because I'm not sure I should. I'm not sure. Yo, Holmes Killer. Hey, Future Oil, how's it going? Already? You get hit with an ad like that? Just you just came in here. But I'm not gonna complain too hard because I'm gonna try and do another cute, creepy one. Chibi is the word of the anime style with huge heads and small bodies. There you go. I hate when these like compressed charcoal pencils, they get like a little rock in there and you're just suffering trying to like draw through that rock. Back, nice. Sorry. Ah, Jesus. That came out of like nowhere too. Red charcoal gets hard as rock, but it looks cool. Well, I mean, like, sometimes it's not like that it is as hard as rock. I just mean there's, like, a rock in it, and it scratches the paper, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm sure you've gotten that before. In itself, it's fine. It's... Bless you, thank you. Have you tried knit ram chalk? It's nice. No, never tried that. I don't know what this is that I'm drawing. It's some sort of a weird rabbit creature. I'm just kind of going with the flow on this stuff right now. This is like one evil looking rabbit right here. I was about to toss the box from the paintbrushes and I found a thank you note. Sign looks real but probably printed. Also found a sticker. Oh, I've had that. Those are nice. Those are nice to have. A demon bunny you are drawing, is that my cat thinks she looks like in the mirror? Yeah. I'm gonna also render this one out kind of like in a similar way. This does have like cat energy after it looks at you and knocks something off the table. It almost has like Doberman energy with like that kind of like the strict ears going up. It's definitely evil. Undeniably evil. Chaos Goblin? It does have, yeah, it does have like that energy. Let me move the paper up a little bit so I'm not like having to turn into a shrimp over here while I try to render. If I just move this up a couple inches, it'll be way easier for me to function. I almost feel like this rabbit is like outside the sort of the spectrum that I normally draw, you know, like it's sort of outside my style. Luke Oakley, yo, I like those characters. I like those characters. Thank you. Yeah, I think it kind of like, weirdly enough, I feel like it's outside the realm of my style, but it's like it's working. I was like just loosey goosey sketching over here, just creating genius work. I like this guy. I might bring him back. I don't know. He looks very evil, like very sort of. It kind of reminds me of a. I was watching a dog for a friend. Her name was Stella. That's what that's what this character reminds me of, is Stella. She had a very like of her own mind kind of vibes, you know. Very mischievous, that dog. Very mischievous. She would also like, she was a pit bull, so the way she would play with other pit bulls is she would run as fast as she can, jump in the air, and just hit the dog with with her, like use her body as a wrecking ball to like knocked other dogs off of it. It was the craziest thing you've ever seen. Very interesting tactic. But yeah, this is very Stella-esque energy. And thank you for stopping by, Luke Oakley. It reminds me of a bad guy shark in the fish CGI movie minus the ears. Bad guy shark in the fish CGI movie. Finding Nemo? Are you talking about Finding Nemo? Because I remember Finding Nemo had a shark, right? Or am I crazy? The Australian shark. Australian. Dead Hound or Funny Bunny? That's the Prometheus song, right? No, that's the that is Stronghold. That is like from one of the Stronghold games. That's where that song came from. Okay, I think I'm realizing what I'm doing wrong here. I need to soften this up again. I think the reason that worked better is I hit it with a white charcoal, and I smoothed everything out, and then I reestablished the hard lines, and it kind of created this kind of a better, smoother kind of look. And I really need to hit it with the white charcoal, or the pastel, but I'm not gonna. I really like how the gradient on this worked out because you can see like the white like hitting the this wood and then it turns into like normal wood. I don't know. I just really like that gradient. What have you been up to lately? I could swear some of the chord sequences are the same in both songs. I've more than likely. I've been slowly going through all the Alien films and watching them. I'm on the second one right now. But last night I had some work to get done, so I was like way too exhausted to actually dedicate any attention to it. But that's my current goal, is to go through all the Alien movies, like from the first one to the, you know, Romulus or whatever. And that's kind of what I've been up to. And then other than that, just streaming, bro. Like, I just get on here and I stream and just doing a little work on the side, you know. But if I have nothing going on, I usually stream for like 7 hours, you know. The second one is my favorite. Hot take. Oh, this one right here? Or the rabbit? I kind of like... The rabbit looks more extreme, but I like this one a little bit better. I think it turned out really, really interesting. Oh, sorry, the movie. The second one is my... Oh my god. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the characters. Yeah, the movie, yeah. I would say I think the first Alien film is like the perfect horror film, and I'm not like really a horror fan. I'm just there for the creature, you know what I mean? My love, my creatures. I just want to see that, and but yeah, I need to rewatch them to like give my full take. It's been a really long while since I've seen it, and so. Of the Alien movies, yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I don't know. I think the first one is like the perfect horror movie. I definitely enjoyed the Prometheus, you know, expanding on the universe and all that good stuff. I enjoyed all that stuff. If I'm being completely honest, I did. Oops, sorry. That got a little too loud. Let me just turn it down a little bit. Yeah, but I'm gonna rewatch him because I bring up the Alien a lot and Eldritch stuff. So I'm gonna. One second. The dog. I think the dog wants to get out of the room. Let him out real quick. I feel like it looks very human-esque. Even though it has like the rabbits, it just looks very human and evil. Vince 9, thank you, man. Vince 9 says, looks good. Thank you. Love the scene in the first one where if you pay close attention, you can see the alien hanging in the dragging chains and tubes in the darkness in the loading docks. I knew about that scene and I was waiting for it on top of the scene being kind of like probably touched up, right? Like this is like a modern retouched up version. Like you can see it a lot better. So you can totally see it, but I know what you mean. Like back in the 70s when it was like the film wasn't like, you know, touched up and stuff. But yeah, that was a really good, because you if you're not like, if you don't know and you're not waiting for it, you're not gonna like, your brain isn't gonna put it together. But yeah, that was a really good one. And I think that's like a really good way of like, because your brain is, if you notice it, you're gonna notice it at like the last second, and so your brain is gonna like register it at the last second, which kind of creates this like ambience of horror. Like that's how you build like really good horror, where you're seeing the bad, you're seeing the horror, but you don't realize it right away until you like, you look into the background and you're like, you know what I mean? You realize it's there already. Oh my god, I was just eating a peanut butter sandwich and now I'm seeing commercials for peanut butter jelly. They got you, bro. They got you. Exactly, hiding in plain sight. At that point, you haven't seen it yet, so you don't know what you're looking for, right? And there's a lot of like sort of metal junk and stuff, so it's like it's easy for it to like blend into that kind of an environment. But yeah, that was a genius sort of a shot. I agree, that was really good. But yeah, I think the second one is gonna be like more of my favorite because it's got the Marines in there and stuff. You know, there's like more. It's like a bigger version of the alien. But it did make me think like how much the Alien films have remained the same kind of, because of like how, like if you look at Alien 1, the same thing, well obviously, right, because like it's obvious that it's going to be kind of similar, but you know, you always have the droid, you have a spaceship, you have like, I guess it makes sense why it would be. That's kind of like dumb of me to say. It makes sense why it would like remain sort of the same, because it's. In a recent rewatch, I was floored by the second one. The ending where the planet is about to explode and Ripley has to go back down to the elevator to get the girl armed with a flamethrower. Rewatch. Yeah, I'm gonna rewatch that. I'm gonna rewatch that tonight. I'm gonna rewatch that tonight. I'm not gonna lie, these faces look kind of interesting. Like, I wasn't expecting so much personality to come out of them. Usually they're kind of static. Like, most of my faces are like a very stoic, you know, like square-jawed marine kind of type. So, Soon Good, super scary. And I will rewatch them tomorrow, I think. I can only do like one movie like at a time, because by the time like I get done with my other work outside of the stream, and by the time I walk the dog and feed myself and do this and that, it's like it's usually around like 10:30. So I only have like 2 hours to get in before I gotta go to bed. So you got me, dude. They're so good. Those movies are legendary. My dog's name is Ripley. Nice. That's awesome. Again, I forgot to buy a little horn to toot to myself when I pat myself on the back. I don't know. This rabbit is cracking me. I'm like looking at my own pictures, and I'm like, this is genius or psycho. I can't tell if like I'm drawing genius level things, or if I'm just like psychotic and I'm like losing my mind over here drawing. Sorry, buddy. Gotta go. Try to chat him in more often. All right. Thank you, Luke Oakley. Appreciate you stopping by, man. I don't know why my eyes suddenly like super itchy. That almost looks blue instead of white, but it works. It's the angle. It's just the picture's torn. Hold on. I think the issue is the angle of the camera. It's like it needs to be like up here. And then like that'll it looks a little bit, but it's just the angle and the light and the amount of the atmospheric pressure in the room, you know, just all kinds of things. 10 centi, are those 15-minute intervals? They are not. I'm not controlling the intervals. I'm just kind of doing. I'm just doing whatever. Just doing like little. I finished the other piece. I finished the creature, but I'm just doing. I wasn't even planning on doing faces, but I'm having so much fun that I literally can't stop. $14-minute intervals. What do you mean? No, I'm just. They're quicker than, but I'm not doing like a full render. I'm just kind of going through these, just trying to do like expressive faces, with animal stuff. I think they're fun to do. Yeah, this was a good sketch session. It didn't start out super good. It started out like super weird. Like I didn't like how this was all turning out. Like this, the first two were like just super duper weird. I felt like But then like this guy, the little this guy turned out good, and then I don't know. I think this was a success overall. Like I really enjoyed this whole thing. Maybe I should do like a pig guy, like a pig warrior. Like a, I don't know. I kind of feel like doing like a pig warrior type deal. I don't know. I felt like today was very, very productive. I didn't realize I could do such faces. This turned out, this is genius. Well, I think I'm done with this one. I'm basically at 7 hours. I think I'm gonna get out of here for the day and go walk my dog and eat. There you don't. Oh my God, he started making a throw up noise. Are you gonna throw up? Oh, baby, come here. Let's show the dog. There's a dog. I'm gonna go walk the dog and all that. Yeah, I'm done for the day. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna stop YouTube and raid out Twitch really quick.